Honk shoe, honk shoe. Mitty is being very patient, sitting on my shoulder here. I was about to say, yeah, maybe he is, and then he hops off my shoulder. No, he's awake now. Hi, Mitty. To be fair, I'm not sure I'd put it past him to be sleep flapping. Sleep investigating. Mitty, you better not be licking the paint. True, that is a possibility. Keeps coming back to that wall. You must really like the patterns on it. Seems to have gone for a higher vantage point. Yep, and he's back. Checking out the other decorations, I guess. Anyway. There we go. Yeah, that'll probably do it for a dragon. Anyway. Alas. Maybe we will be back later to stare at the gold paint some more. For now, Lise wants to talk to us. Well, I suppose we might as well head back to... Wait, I've just remembered. There was someone on my list I forgot to visit, Yodo. He's a Namazu fisherman, whatever that means, and a regular here. Maybe we'll find him if we look around? what? Why do you stare? You have business with me? By the 12, a talking fish! Yes, a talking fish. How very observant of you, Egen. You find me in good spirits, so your rudeness I will ignore this once, but only if you address me again in the proper manner. Sorry, I've never met a... Let's start again. You're Kyoto, right? My name is Lise, and this is Farin. We're looking for some friends of ours. I see. Both these ones I know well. I helped them secure passage across the Ruby Sea. Really? That's wonderful. Could you do the same for us? Yes, this would not be a problem. For you, I could charter a ship this very day. Very tiny. But the journey is fraught with much peril. The fare will not be cheap. Are you sure you can afford to pay? I didn't think to bring any money, but surely Tatara will let us take whatever we need from the Scion's coffers, right? We won't be the only passengers, though. Could we take a moment to talk it over with our friends? Yes, but hurry! Your ship must depart under cover of darkness. We shall meet again at sunset on the Tasogari Bridge. Do not forget your fare. Bring many kill, yes? Yes, we do. It's about time our luck changed. Alfino and the others will be thrilled. Let me in. We spoke with a number of merchants and captains at the southern piers. Several recognized Gosetsu and confirmed that he had been searching for a vessel to deliver him to Othard. None, however, made any mention of Lady Yugiri. Yes, it was the same story for us, and then you'll never believe what happened. So this Kyoto claims to have aided both Gosetsu and Yugiri. How fortuitous. Not the word I would have chosen, Master Alfino. Stupid's what I'd call it. How can you agree to his price without making any attempt to haggle, or even confirming what it was in the first place? Yes, that too was a misstep on their part, but it is not what troubles me most. Kyoto and his brethren are not renowned for their generosity of spirit. Rather, they are disdained as scheming moneylenders, ever eager to turn a profit from others' misfortune. Everyone else we questioned stated that Gosetsu was alone. Only Kyoto claims to have met both him and Yugiri. I suppose it's just possible that Gosetsu made inquiries by himself, and only called upon Yugiri once he had found a willing captain. But it is equally possible, if not more likely, that you are being deceived. Do not forget that there are parties present in Kugane with agendas which may run contrary to your own. The Viceroy was once a spy herself, as I recall. I should be surprised if she did not have countless agents here in her employ, all eager to prove themselves to their new master, and what better way to do so than by delivering her the heads of foreign insurgents. Fine, you may be right about him, but if Kyoto's working for the Empire, who's to say he didn't try the same trick on Yugiri and Gosetsu? I mean, if he did, he might know where they are, and if he succeeded, they might be in trouble. Unfortunately. And I'm sure he's slimy in more than one sense. Anyway, if he holds up his end of the bargain, we'll have nothing to worry about, will we? But if he tries to betray us, I vote we take him prisoner and punch him till he tells us the truth. Of course, Lise would suggest punching him. So, if it's a trap, we'll spring it and deal with the consequences. I like the way you think. Very well. We should prepare for the worst. Tatar will remain here, and I shall follow the three of you at a discreet distance. Once more, I must caution you to avoid physical altercations at all costs, even should Imperial agents attempt to engage you. The Seki Segumi will not hesitate to clap you in irons, or cut you down. If anything untoward should happen, you are to return here at once. Is that clear? Yeah. I volunteer to hold on to him. I think I'm the tallest person here, so I got the best vantage point. Two of you, Lise, Farin, and I will meet with Kyoto as planned. Alphino will keep watch from a distance, ready to provide support in the likely event that Kyoto attempts to betray us to the Imperials or whomever else. Should that happen, you and Lise will subdue him, and together we will make our escape. As our actions will surely draw the attention of the Seki Segumi, we will evade them with Alphino's assistance and return here with our prisoner. Does that meet with everyone's approval? Of course, these precautions will be for naught if Kyoto does not play us for fools, but we shall see. To the bridge. I'm sure everything will go fine. And these precautions will totally be for nothing. Yeah, precisely. Judging by that suspicious glow, I don't think things are going to go smoothly. Our would-be ally is nowhere to be seen. Make ready, Sfarin. Something smells fishy.
He's late.
Endless and most sincere apologies to you and yours, yes, yes. This way, quickly now.
Enough! Where are you taking us? Where is the ship?
This ship. So very sorry to inform you, yes, yes. Long before was it pledged to another. To me, these ones are for Doma.
I knew it couldn't be this simple.
Nothing personal, yes, yes, just business.
Then business is about to take a turn for the worse.
Ah!
Come on, let's find a way out of here.
Love how they just sort of stared as she booted the fish. You get over here. Pay attention to me. Yeah.
Places.
I think we're in trouble. As expected, the Seki Segumi have caught our scent. Since fighting them is out of the question, we'll have to wind our way back to the Ruby Bazaar, evading their patrols as we go. If they find you, use these smoke bombs to make your escape. Use the smoke bombs to evade the patrols. Be warned that attacking the Seki Segumi will result in failure. Oh boy, stealth mission. I am so good at these. Hello, sir. I was slightly ahead of you.
Stay hidden and quiet. Understood?
Clear the road! Clear the road! You there, Korjin. We seek 4 foreigners. One, a brutish woman carrying an unconscious Namazu. Have you seen them?
For foreigners, you say? Ah, yes! Very rude they were, making no apology as they barged past. They went that way, I think.
Many thanks, good sir. With me, they cannot have gone far.
All is well. The Sekisei Gumi will not return this way for some time, I should think. You are of the East Aldenard Trading Company, yes? Come with me. I know a safer way.
You are returned. And with guests, I see.
Our meeting went about as well as expected. We've brought the Namazu who thought to betray us. When he wakes up, we'll see what he knows about Yugiri and Gazetsu.
Well done, you. When I saw the Sekisei Gumi out in force, I did begin to worry, but I see my fears were misplaced.
Actually, if it weren't for Soroban, we might not have gotten away.
'Twas my pleasure.
Yet I must ask, Soroban, why would you deceive the Sekisegumi to help us, foreigners of whom you know naught?
Why, out of the kindness of my heart, is what I would like to say, but my motives are not so pure. I chanced to witness your meeting with Hancock at the tavern and saw an opportunity.
An opportunity?
Like many, I came to Kugane as a trader to make my fortune. Kojin of the Red may serve the Empire as mercenaries, but Kojin of the Blue walk a different path. Regretfully, most here would rather not meet our gaze, much less do business. So I seek the custom of those less predisposed to dismiss us outright, namely the East Aldenard Trading Company.
Quid pro quo, is it? Well, there is no denying that we owe you a debt. What say you, Hancock? Will you consider doing business with our entrepreneurial friend here?
Rest assured, Master Soroban, that in matters of trade, the company does not discriminate. We would be honored to hear your proposal.
I promise you will not regret this, good sir. Ah, yes. You sought passage across the Ruby Sea, did you not? I have a ship you can use.
You do? Well then, far be it from us to refuse. You have our deepest thanks.
And you mine.
Well, that all worked out nicely for everybody. I'm still annoyed he tried to deceive us, but at least we were prepared for it. And so, next time we should probably try to avoid running around Kugane in the middle of the night with half the city guards snapping at our heels. That would perhaps be advised, yes. Damn it. Checking the levels. Oh. Okay. Adjusting my seat here. There we go. Right then, Kyoto should be coming round soon. I think it's time we had a little chat, don't you? Interrogate the fish. Rise and shine, little fishy. I know you can hear me, so stop pretending to be asleep or I'll give you another ride on my boot. No more boots. All my secrets are yours for the asking. Tell us what you know about Yugiri and Gosetsu. Every last detail. And if I find out later that you lied to me... No more lies. The clear, unvarnished truth, you have my word. Only the samurai did I meet. Yes, only him. He asked after a ship, so I provided an introduction to the Garleans. You mean you led him into a trap as you did us, because you are an Imperial spy? No, I am no spy. It was just business. Fewer ships pass through the Kugane these days, and we have struggled to make ends meet. So when the Garleans offered a bounty for any domans found in Kugane... Oh, my mistake. You're not a spy, but a common cutthroat. Not that I'm surprised. You need half a brain to be a spy. So what happened to the samurai? Such a cruel, vicious tongue you have. You would not go quietly, no. Blades were drawn, men were cut down, and the Seki Segumi came. They took the samurai away. Hold on a moment. You mean to tell me the Ijin they arrested the other day was Gosetsu? Oh, had I but known. If he is in the custody of the Seki Segumi, I need only see to it that the requisite funds find their way into the right official's hands, and your friend will walk free. As it is in Ul'dah, so it is in Kugane. But given the circumstances, it seems we have no choice but to resort to morally questionable means. We'll make a pragmatist out of you yet, Master Alfino. Hancock, no. You are free to wait here while I speak with a relevant official, but if you would rather wait for Gosetsu outside the barracks, we could go together. I went past the Imperials to try something again, so mayhap it would be best if Lee Svarn and I joined you. Alright, but what about Kyoto? I will keep an eye on him for the time being. We can release him after you return with Gosetsu. You will doubtless have some choice words to say to the little fellow. Sorban, mayhap it would be prudent to prepare your ship for our immediate departure. As you wish. Everything is in order? Then let us be off. The Sekisei-gumi barracks are to the north. Before we go heading off to the barracks, let me... go pick up a, let's see. Can I get through here or... Aha! Yes! There it is. Way down that way. Oh. I bet everybody's lining up for Eureka. Yeah, so the next patch, 7.2, is coming out later this month. Looks to be the 25th. And one of the things they're planning on introducing is some reworks to sprinting system. Particularly in sanctuary areas like this one. It'll be interesting to see how that changes our ability to get around. Trying to remember off the top of my head, but one of the things they're planning on doing is, basically giving you a jog when you use sprint and it wears off. And I think they're planning on rejiggering how sprinting works within sanctuaries a little bit aside from that. So, you know, you can sprint across town without having a bit easier than otherwise, especially considering how big the towns can be. I must ask that you wait here. You may be assured that this will not take long. No more will I have to switch to dancer, bard, and peloton my way across town. Is it really going to be as simple as he says, do you think? You said it wouldn't take long, right? Because it feels a bit long to me. Calm down, Lise. Everything is going to be all right. Much as I hate to admit it, I share Hancock's dim view of government officials and their supposed incorruptibility. From what I've gleaned of the Far East, they're probably exchanging lengthy pleasantries. There seems to be a correct way to do everything here, bribery being no exception. I say we leave them to it, right, Svard? Right, everything's fine. Probably. I mean, it couldn't be as bad as the last time we stood around waiting for something to happen.
about you! Ah!
Was that? That was Gazetsu. I'm sure of it. He's in trouble. Lise, wait!
I suppose we should follow her then.
Victory to the samurai!
How many is that now? 10 in a row?
Gazetsu!
Oh! This is a surprise! What in blue blazes are you three doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. We've been looking all over for you, and then I suddenly heard you screaming.
It would seem there has been a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain.
So, in summary, you started a brawl with some off-duty Imperial soldiers and were subsequently arrested by the Sekisagumi, whom you somehow befriended and convinced to set you free if you could defeat a given number of them in single combat.
10 bouts for my freedom, aye. 'Tis but a pity you came too late to witness the last one. And with that, I'm free to go, yes?
Our word once given may not be broken, but we pray you make every effort to avoid future altercations. Circumstances notwithstanding, my lord, we are honored and grateful to have witnessed firsthand the skill of a Doma samurai.
Ah, and we had just concluded negotiations. I gather my assistance was not required.
Love how this whole mess ends up working out. Alright, Gosetsu. I must apologize that you endured such trials and tribulations in search of me. There's no need for that. You had no way of knowing we would come looking for you. You were after a ship to take you to Doma, yes? It just so happens we have found a willing captain. Truly, what fortune! We will tell you all about it back at the company offices. Alfino and Totaro are waiting for us there. Yes. Okay. Think. I'm gonna switch to Dancer. And once that hits 63, I'm gonna start doing job quests in earnest. Get everybody caught up to their level 63 quest phase. Setsu, thank the 12 you are unharmed. As you can see, Master Alfredo, I am the very picture of health. You vile fiend, malevolent trickster! How kind the kami are to grant me vengeance so soon. But first, I demand you return the coin you so villainously embezzled from me. You have every right to be angry, good sir. Allow me when I return to you your coin, had I not been forced to repay certain gambling debts beforehand. Setting that matter aside for the moment, where is Lady Yugiri? Was she not traveling with you? For a time, aye, but we parted ways some while ago, the better to improve our chances of finding Lord Hien. Lord Hien? Forgive me, I have yet to explain. Lord Hien is the heir to Doma's throne and our master. His was a passionate voice for the cause of Doman liberation, and when we learned of the Emperor's death, it only grew louder. So you seized upon the opportunity and rose up to reclaim your freedom, only for your hopes to be dashed when Xenos led his army onto your lands. The Crown Prince was a merciless foe. Against him and the might of the 13th, we had no chance. Once Lord Hien understood this, he bade Yugiri take to the sea with as many of our people as possible. He, however, would stand and fight, that they might have more time to escape. I remained by his side as well, and together we carried on our doomed war. And then, one day, in a fierce battle, we were separated. I knew not what became of him, only that he was beyond the Empire's reach, and that to find him I would need Yugiri's aid. The situation grows more perilous by the day, for the new Viceroy, Yotsuyu, is a black-hearted villainess who delights in the torment of our people. There's naught she would not do to further her pursuit of Lord Hien. Yips. I seem to have accidentally, left myself muted. Sorbonne is waiting at the pier. Have fun, you lot! Came back just in time for the last line. Oh well. I have been waiting for you, my friends. All preparations have been completed, and my ship awaits its passengers. Shall we depart without further delay? After you, my shelled friend. If you insist, with me, everyone, the Ruby Sea awaits.
I remember the water, how it turned crimson in the morning sun. A shimmering sea of rubies, stretching from horizon to horizon. You could almost believe it went on forever. But beyond that red expanse lay a land in turmoil. On the shores of Othard, our Doman brothers struggled in vain.
Speak with Sorbonne completed. Speak with Sorbonne again. How wide and beautiful she is, the Ruby Sea, filled with promise and adventure and treasures. Many wonderful treasures. Yeah, that terrifyingly tall structure is called Heaven on High. 3 guesses how it got that name. Now, in order to reach the shores of Othard, you will need to cross the resplendent waters you see before you. However, this is easier said than done. To set forth without making the necessary preparations is to invite the Confederacy to claim your vessel, and your life should you resist. I'm sure that's achievable. I'm sure we can do that ourselves at some point. To set forth with it, yes. But this fate can be avoided by paying the ruby tithe, thereby earning you the blessing of the pirate lords. So, let us go and greet them. Our destination is the Isle to the west. That doesn't look very far to me. It's far, and why don't we jump in and swim for it? I've had my fill of boats. An excellent idea. I think you should fly in the water to your liking. I'll use my ship to deliver those less inclined to the Isle. All right, let's go for a swim. Yep. Elise. Look at me booking it. Right, this should be easy, and a good way to loosen up before the next fight, whenever it comes. Pretty Gil says I beat you there. You gotta like swimming in this game. It's kind of neat. And big spoilers, but we will eventually be able to go diving too, which is even more fun. Yes. I'm a buoyant bun. Ah, there you are. I trust you enjoyed yourselves. Yeah, we did. Follow me, my friends. The one with whom we must speak is a man named Tansui. It's up there. Yeah. Clearly my bird decided to take the boat. Right now. I should mend my shit. Yeah. Especially not the birds themselves. Oh, waterfowl are probably don't mind waterlogged feathers as much. I fear you have the advantage of me. Most honorable and esteemed Svarin Darkheart, I'm Tansui, a humble mate who serves at the pleasure of the Confederacy's captain. As you are in the company of the Shellback, I presume we have business to discuss. We do indeed. You wish to pay the ruby tithe, yes? With your gil, perhaps? It's just as well. Foreign currencies are in demand these days. I would pay for their passage to Authard. Does this sum meet with your satisfaction? The sea has been quite tempestuous of late. I cannot say with confidence that you would reach your destination safely, unless you tripled it. Do you take me for a fool? I know the price, as do all. Alas, we live in interesting times. As you came from Kugane, I should think I need not tell you that. The shadow of war looms. The wise and the cautious shirk our waters and our custom, and the foolhardy sharpen their knives in anticipation. Meaning... Sir, you've got to come quickly. The bastards are at it again. I tried to convince them to stop, but they weren't having it. Very well, I'll be there shortly. A proposition. Your comments strike me as a worthwhile investment. I would not hear men name me a cat before Koban, so I shall consider their tithe paid, not for what they have done, but for what I expect they will do. Koban, I should say. I'm not sure what to make of that man, but at least the matter of our tithe is settled for now. What was that he and the other pirate were talking about? Maybe we ought to go and have a look. Oh, right over there. Okay. Let's dance partner you up here. Nope. Ow. Nice. Okay. Where am I supposed to go again? Ah. There's not nearly enough time for that. Oh, hi, Sorbonne. You are very big, sir. God damn it. I think his hugs may be a bit too warm for me. Oh wow, someone just completely demolished him. Maybe a bit too toasty.
Gentlemen, I'm told you were most unreceptive to my associate's requests. I realize you do not look kindly on the Confederacy and her ways, but if you refuse to pay the ruby tithe, your safety in these waters cannot be assured.
Spare me your concern, pilot. Your feeble attempts at extortion will not work on us. You remain at large because we allow it. Because you are such insignificant little pests that we see no need to swat you. But if you wish to risk the ire of the Viceroy, by all means, fire upon an Imperial vessel. Give us a reason to bring the full might of the Garlean Empire to bear against your pathetic fleet.
Bastards!
Gentlemen, surely the fact that you have such limitless resources at your disposal gives you all the more reason to spare some few coins for the less fortunate.
All talk, just as I thought. Come, let us away. I have no time for this rubbish.
We're all the same to them, aren't we? Savages to be ruled or slaughtered.
They've always balked at paying the ruby tithe, but they were never so eager to pick a fight. The problem, you see, is that many of my comrades in the Confederacy are of Doman descent, and the acting Viceroy, well, she's none too fond of Domans, to say the least. If we take any action to hinder the safe passage of an Imperial vessel, she'll accuse us of attempting to foment rebellion and brand us enemies of the Empire, which we can ill afford to be. Like the man said, we're all talk.
And where did the Kojin stand in all this?
With the winning side, of course. They're mercenaries to a fault, eager to offer their services without coercion. The Shellback could tell you more, though something tells me he would rather not.
I don't understand. If the Garleans are causing the Confederacy this much trouble, and if so many of you are Doman to begin with, why aren't you willing to fight back?
Spoken like a true friend of the Doman Liberation Front. If you're planning to rouse us with noble words and grand promises, don't bother. We all know what the Imperial Army can do. Compared to them, we're boys with boats. Besides, what ties a man may once have held to his home are forsaken upon joining the Confederacy. We look out for none but our own. Be that as it may, our livelihood is under threat. And the captain will need to decide soon whether we're to go down in a blaze of glory, or bow and scrape for crumbs from the Emperor's table. All while our friend the Viceroy continues her purge of Doma's radical elements. I believe she's holding court in one of the fishing villages even as we speak.
That she-devil! Her perfidy knows no bounds! She must be stopped! Come, let us find Soroban and put us here at once!
Tell the others that these ones have paid. We all have places to be.
I kind of love how Tensui looked at our group and went, you know what? These guys look like they're going to solve our problem for us. Let's let them through. What are we waiting for? Come, come. Soroban cannot have gone far. Though now that I think on it, it is passing strange that he left without warning. Mayhap he did not wish to be seen by his Kojin brethren. I doubt he thought to leave us behind, but nevertheless it may be prudent to return to his ship, or at least to the Confederate encampment. I'm curious to check out these fates, so... yeah! I have a feeling this is gonna go somewhere interesting. Ooh. Yeah. Fanciest shark around. Ouch. Yes. I'm sure they'd appreciate some shark meat. Tasty, tasty shark meat. Oh. Come on, die already, you bastard. Ah, man. Close and yet so far. At least we got shark meat. Yeah! Came so close. Yes. I'll be able to bribe people with shark meat and pufferfish meat. Two delicacies. I have enough shark meat. Keep accidentally grabbing the guys. Yeah. I didn't actually expect to run into something already, but... That guy just walks away. Doesn't even care. Now he cares. Yeah. Does not give a single care. Yep. Crab got better things to do. We... I knew it. I knew you were gonna come after me. Oh, my friends, 1,000 pardons. As you may have guessed, I was reluctant to be seen in your company by my red brothers. Ours is a complex relationship. I pray you do not misinterpret their actions as a reflection of our allegiances as a whole. You understand? Kami be praised. Too often our shell is quick to judge all Kojin for the deeds of one. Right then, now that our business with Tansui is concluded, we can traverse the Ruby Sea without fear. Oh, I am so close to leveling. You will probably give me the level I need. You, yes, you. Do you know of the Ruby Price, the fortress in the middle of the Ruby Sea from which the Bakufu soldiers survey the surrounding waters? The other day, we found one of their men stowed away on a ship we confiscated. With a bit of coaxing, he eventually confessed to doing some underhanded trading with the Red Kojin on behalf of his superior. Seems he thought he could avoid paying the ruby tithe by hiding aboard someone else's ship, but no one gets away with crossing our waters free of charge. As such, I'm looking to track down this superior of his and have him compensate us. If I try to sail to the Ruby Price and look for them myself, however, I'll be blasted to smithereens before I even make it halfway there. Do you think you can go in my stead? There's a man by the name of Ikaruga there. He's an old friend and should be able to identify who our captain's superior is. Man, if only I were, like, right next to the water. And I could just dive right in. Cannonball! It's fine, we'll walk it off. Who needs ankles anyway? I asked just the other day one of the soldiers deserted base. I suspect he is the man Yusui is after. Trade with foreign countries is strictly prohibited in our nation. The man, upon learning his subordinate disappeared, feared he would be caught and turned tail and ran. If what you told me is true, he likely went northwest of here to seek asylum with the Kojin of the Red. I am tempted to go after this man myself. Alas, that would require me receiving the necessary authorization, which could take days. Please, track him down and arrest him in my stead. If he resists, feel free to kill him. Okay. Make me do everybody's dirty work here. Good excuse to go for a swim, at least. God damn it. Got a quest to do. Can't get distracted by fates. There you are. I would have to be a fool to agree to go with you. I am so close to the Red Kojin settlement, so close to freedom. Good thing I decided to move there. Yeah. I mean, I guess dying could count as going free, but don't think that's the kind of freedom he was looking for. Do. One last sprint over to the island. Man, it sure is a good thing I can't get tired. So it seems he forced your hand. Perhaps his death was for the best. I'll send word of all that has happened to Yusui, though I am not sure he will be happy to hear it. You are curious to know how I will inform him? That, my friend, is a secret. Wink. Hooray! I haven't unlocked anything here, yet. It's fine. Let's take a quick detour to start doing all these side quests. Now Chimera is ready to take the show on the road. Well, if it isn't my star pupil, you couldn't have come at a better time. A messenger just arrived. It would appear that Master Gegeruju has received a response from his friends in the Sultanate. As for the details, he will deliver them to us in person. Why don't you go on ahead to his villa? I will fetch Rana and be along shortly. Well, well, but isn't my second favorite dancer. Good news, my boy. Thanks to you, thanks to the highest recommendation of yours truly, my friends at the Syndicate will be more than happy to host one of your performances in Ul'dah. You have our deepest gratitude, Master Gegarushu. Truly, your generosity knows no bounds. Ah ha ha ha! Think nothing of it. Your performance gave me a thrill I'll not soon forget, and, while I'd love nothing more than to keep you all to my own, I'd be remiss if I didn't share my most remarkable discovery with the rest of the realm. That goes for you in particular, my lovely Rana. You may be a bit rough around the edges, but that just adds to your untamed, dare I say, feral allure. Nothing would make me happier than to go down in history as the man who introduced your beauty to Eorzea. Why, Master Gegarushu, you're making me blush. Ah, thou'll take me. I simply can't bear the thought that you've performed on my stage for the last time. Grace me with one final farewell performance, won't you? Surely after all I've done for you. Our apologies, Master Gegarushu, but we must not keep our audience in the Sultanate waiting. After all, this is but the second stop on our journey, a journey we must see through to the end. And besides, while your words do Rana and us all great honor, I would remind you that the girl is still an apprentice. Excess praise can lead to overconfidence, overconfidence to carelessness, and carelessness to an untimely fall. Do you hear me, Rana? No matter what glowing words your admirers may heap upon you, remember that your journey as a dancer has only just begun. Keep your feet planted firmly on the ground, lest you stumble on the road to achieving your full potential. But of course, and yet it's truly inspiring to have such a devoted fan, is it not? Why, it helps me appreciate just how much I've blossomed as a dancer in such a short time. I do not mean to make light of your achievements. I ask only that you stay focused on the task at hand, continue to hone your craft, and not let yourself get swept away by unchecked emotion. With that, we should be taking our leave. Master Gegarushu, we thank you for your patronage and hospitality. When our business in Eorzea is done, we will return to fully express our gratitude. You need not feel compelled to travel with the troops, Svar, and I trust that you have matters of your own that you would attend to along the way. We shall await you in Ul'dah. Don't worry about it. He's the main character. He's allowed to be the only one with a shadow. Yep. There you are. So this is Ul'dah, Jewel of the Desert. But we're not here to see the sights. No, we must decide upon a suitable venue for our next performance. As a matter of fact, I already have an idea. I was thinking we might put on a show in Stone's Throw, a settlement outside of town said to be home to the poor and downtrodden. Are you sure of this, Mistress Nashmira? I agree that the arts should be enjoyed by the lowborn as well as the high, but is some glorified shantytown truly the best place for us to find an audience here? I would have it no other way. Now listen to me, Svarin, and listen carefully. You will recall that I told you that our Kriegstands has the unique power to clear hearts and minds of worries and lift the spirits of all who behold it. Put another way, bringing joy and succor to the scorned and the suffering is no less than our calling in life. In them as well, our audience included many who were down on their luck, and yet it did not seem those troubles weighed so heavily in their hearts. Mayhap this is a remnant of their pirate heritage, a flagon of ale in hand and a song on the lips, and all their cares fade away. Ul'dah is different. Here I feel the scars of the calamity run deeper, particularly among those who lack the coin needed to rebuild their lives to their satisfaction. Stone's Throw it will be. I can think of no place more in need of what we offer. You there! Halt! Halt, I say! You're the dancing troupe that's come at the invitation of the Syndicate, yes? On the authority of the Brass Blades, we command you to desist at once. Fear not, you have done naught wrong. It's just, well, Stone's Throw's not safe for the visitors these days, you see. A group of real rabble-rousers have been causing trouble of late. You know how it is. Protests, riots, and all sorts of unpleasant business. Of course, their anger's targeted directly at Ul'dah's upper crust. Like as not, they'd leave you a troupe of performers. Still, the Syndicate cannot accept the risk of its honored guests suffering an untimely injury, or worse. We appreciate your concern, but I can assure you that it is wholly unnecessary. All members of my troupe are well trained in the art of self-defense. We are more than capable of taking care of ourselves. And also, you know, the Warrior of Light is with us, so, you know. That's right. Besides, healing suffering and strife across the realm is precisely the reason we've come here. What sort of struggle your people face? Whatever sort of struggle your people face, why not let us look into the matter and see if we can't resolve it? It is a gracious offer, but no, keeping the peace is our sworn duty, and one we cannot simply impose on guests. Besides, we are trained soldiers, and you are not. For your own safety, you should take your leave of this place at once. Hello? Warrior of Light right here. Here we go. I'm more than just a dancer, you know. An adventurer, and one who knows his way around Ul'dah, you say? Perhaps you are fit to investigate the matter after all. Very well then, you and your friends may carry on. Just promise that you won't go looking for trouble, eh? Mr. Stashimira, leave this to me. I'll dance up a storm for these poor folks, calm their hearts, and put an end to any riots or uprisings. I admire your spirit, Rana, and yet I cannot shake the sense that great danger does indeed lurk here. You may go, but only as far as accompanies you, and you must promise that you will not leave his side. All right, the more the merrier, don't you agree, Svarin? Let's make for Stone's Throw. I'll race you there. Doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of, you know, going with me? Oh, there you are. Let's get started, shall we? Our first task is to figure out just who's behind these riots. Why don't we split up, ask around, and see what turns up? Don't tell me you're worried about that silly promise I made to Mistress Nashmira. Come now, Svarin. Clearly she worries overmuch. You saw me on the stage. Do I look like someone who can't take care of herself? Now, let's see what the townspeople can tell us. Meet you back here when we're both done, all right? Looking for some rabble-rousing rioter, you say? I might know a thing or two. What's it to you? None of us here in Stone's Throw have much love for the rich, this much is true. Still, wasn't until lately when someone started talking about actually giving them their due. Thought they were just talking big, but lately it seems they've been putting their plot into action. Riots? Hi, there have been some trouble here. There have been some trouble here of late. Won't catch me dead getting myself involved. Whoever's behind it all, wish he'd just bugger off and give us some peace and quiet for once. Of course, that doesn't stop those brass blades from glaring at me askance every time they come through the neighborhood. Not that I can blame them, I suppose. Rumor has it the true culprit's an expert in throwing the authorities off his trail. I swear if she's picked a fight with a hornet. Hey, you there. You friends with that Mikote girl? The one with the fancy dress? She was asking around about the riots, you know? Well, would you believe I actually saw her talking to one of the black guards responsible for it all? Last thing I saw, he was leading her away somewhere. I'd go after her if I were you. Well, I wouldn't. Never had the nerve for that sort of thing. But I reckon you should before the poor thing comes to harm. Aggroed an ant accidentally. Oh, Svarin, you really saved my skin. This man told me he'd take me to the rioters' hideout. He led me here and then, well, to be honest, I'm still unsure entirely what I witnessed. It was the strangest thing. As soon as he brought me here, his body began to sway and spin in the strangest way. If I didn't know better, I'd say he was dancing. We could talk about that when we're back in safer environs. I should probably summon the brass blades and file an official report. Meanwhile, could you return to the city and let Mistress Bashmira know I'm all right? And tell her I'm sorry for breaking my word. Now, back to town we go. I see. I had a feeling this would happen. Do not blame yourself, Svarin. You are not her keeper. I will deal with the girl myself when she returns. That said, I am curious. What can you tell me of the strange dance she says her would-be captors were performing? news, friends. Thanks to your efforts, we have apprehended the firebrand. He should return to Stone's Throw for now, at least until the next rabble-rouser decides to fan the flames. Still, there is one part of the story that does not sit well with me. The girl here claims she saw her captors dancing, but those we took into custody swear to the last man they remember no such thing. They deny that they were dancing? But why ever would they feel the need to lie about something so innocuous when already convicted of a far more heinous crime? It's not precisely a lie. You see, from there the tale gets even stranger. They claim to have a vague recollection of their bodies moving, but insist they had absolutely no intention of doing so. They went on to say they couldn't even remember where or why they came up with the idea to riot in the first place. On the contrary, they seemed almost relieved, just as if some evil spirit had been banished from them. Sounds like our friends have been partaking in a particularly unstable and unsavory alchemical concoction. In other words, they must have been on drugs. At any rate, the Brass Blaze will be taking over the investigation from here. Thank you for your assistance, and please carry on with the preparations for your performance with our blessing. Yeah. Got hit with the dance fever. I'm sorry, Mistress Nashmira. I should have stayed with Svarn like you said. Together, I'm sure we could have worked things out peacefully. In the end, I was not able to dance even a single step. Just as the Kriegsdans can enthrall and inspire, so can it serve us in battle. A true dancer must be prepared for both possibilities at all times. Svarn was able to display his skills as a dancer in battle today, and I suspect it is for that very reason that your would-be captors... But never mind that. Rana, you disappoint me. It is not a lack of dancing prowess that led to your failure today. No, it was the overconfidence that led you to stray from your partner's side. When Troop Falsium dances, we dance as one. We dance to stir hearts and lift spirits, not merely to show off our skills, that our admirers might shower us with empty praise. I thought you understood this, but it is clear you still have much to learn. I'm sorry, Mistress Nashmira. I promise I will not repeat my mistake. Forgive me for making you suffer the girl's foolishness, Farn. Though she has grown in skill, it is clear she is still a child in more ways than one. I can only hope that she will take today's lesson to heart, lest she eventually pay the price. You kind of seem to be asking a lot of her. Being a true dancer is about more than knowing how to move one's feet. I must be tougher on Rana than anyone, lest true Falsium fail to carry out its sworn duty. I can see you are confused by my words. Do not worry. All will become evidence in due time. Yes, both you and Rana will understand all too well. And with that, I must prepare for our forthcoming performance. This time I will be asking Rana to take the stage alone. She may consider it her opportunity to reflect upon her actions today and, God's willing, learn and grow from her missteps. Meanwhile, perhaps it would be best if you, too, return to your training. If you and Rana truly mean to bring out the best in one another, both of you will need work harder than ever before. Farewell for now, and let us meet up again when it is time to move on. And now, I do believe it's time I did some investigating of my own. All right. We're long overdue for Dark Knight. As you look on Fortom Manor, you but reflect upon your time in Ishgard, the comrades with whom you traveled, and those lost along the way. You seem distracted. Ah, right, you were a ward of House Fortom. Once upon a time. No, I suppose not. Huh? Damnedest thing, but I swear I heard something in your pack break. Bloody hells, is that your soul crystal? What happened to the other half? Forgive me. It seems I am the one responsible. I do not know you, boy. Name yourself. Mist, my lord. I'm no lord and you're no mist. Don't think I wouldn't know a bastard of the broom by sight. I have a power which I can use to help those in need. Alas, this power requires a tremendous quantity of aether. I thought to draw on natural sources nearby, but in so doing, I stole a portion of that contained within your crystal. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. I will return it to you, I promise, but I must first ask that you allow me to use a portion. Mist, was it? Who do you want to help? Anyone. Everyone. Look around you. Is not this world filled with sadness and despair? If I could free but a single person from their burdens. He means well enough. Why don't we help him find someone in need and give him a chance to use his power? Oh, bloody brilliant. Let's leave the mysterious boy with the mysterious power who mysteriously stole a portion of Svarin's soul crystal. What could possibly go wrong? Well, it's your crystal, Svarin. Either way, we deal with the boy here and now, or we go along with his plan. And since you're not reaching for your sword, I gather it's the latter. Congratulations, boy. You get your wish. We're not like to find any poor, unfortunate souls here, so I suggest we head to Foundation. And if we find no one suitable there, you are to return what you stole at once. Understood? Yes, my lord. Thank you for placing your trust in me. You have my assurances that the remaining funds will be delivered soon. Surely that is enough to convince you to resume work. Got a score of clients clamoring for me services. Clients willing to pay in full, in advance. I'd be a fool to put you ahead of them. I understand that, I do, but it has been an eternity since we first brokered this arrangement, and many of the clients of whom you speak have come to you but recently. I know this to be true. It's one thing to aid the scholasticate, milady, but you've got to understand me position here. Bloody politics it is. No man lifts a chisel till we're paid in full. I'm sorry, but that's the way it's got to be. A blessed day to you. Oh, I beg your pardon. I did not notice you standing there. As you may have overheard, I'm funding the restoration of the statue of Saint Valeriant, and as you may have guessed, it is not going well on account of my insufficient funds and my family's growing infamy. My cousin was Sir Ignace de Vezina of the Heaven's Ward. He served the Archbishop faithfully, together with his sworn brothers. Great, goodly men who were complicit in terrible crimes of Sir Emmerich and this warrior of light are to be believed. Ahem. Ignaz was distraught when he learned the statue had been destroyed by the Dravanians. He took it upon himself to champion its restoration, but because of these tales, others are reluctant to involve themselves. I do not know nor care if Sir Emmerich speaks the truth. Ignaz was my cousin and a man of the Fury, and I will honor him by completing his legacy. Or so I once believed. Perhaps it is indeed beyond me. Yeah, totally don't know who you're talking about. I'm sure he doesn't have a cute face that monsters keep trying to eat. We found someone, didn't we? I knew it. I knew we would. I can help her. Yes, yes. I will make it right. I have the power. Come, let us not keep this poor woman waiting. Just phase on through me. Is this child a friend of yours? The way he stares at me is somewhat... Do you wish to see your cousin again? Well, yes, I would love to see Ignaz again, more than anything, but I know I will not. He walks in Haloni's halls, I am certain. Think of him. Think of his face, of his smile, of his laugh. Remember every moment you shared, every memory, and hold that image of him in your mind's eye. And then go to a quiet place you shared where no one will come. Wait for me there. I really don't understand what this is all about, but since you seem so earnest, I will trust in you and do as you ask. There's a garden to the south of the tribunal, of which we were both fond. I pray you will explain all this to me when this is finished. Go with her. I will go to Sudurgo and Riel and bring them with me. Then you will all understand what I can do and why you must help. That's a promise. Who needs ankles anyway? Ah, your friend has arrived. He's brought companions, I see. Oh, it cannot be. Ignaz, is it really you? Oh, praise Halona, you're alive, you're alive! My dear cousin, how it warms my heart to see you in good health. I pray you will forgive me for my lengthy absence. Don't be foolish, there's only joy to see you returned. Come, we must go to your father and mother at once. How they will weep at the sight of you. I cannot. Better for them to mourn me as the son who gave his life in service to his archbishop and his home. I have heard that you yet labor to see the statue of Saint Valerian restored. Know that I am grateful beyond measure. I am undeserving of your praise, cousin. For all my efforts, the statue remains a shattered ruin. But seeing you here, so full of light and life, fills me with renewed conviction. I will see it through, I swear to you. And if you have indeed done the things they say, then perhaps it will earn you a measure of forgiveness. I love you, cousin, now and ever after. Look after my parents, and yourself. I don't know how you did it, but thank you for bringing him back to me. Though you must know he is not safe here, I pray you help him to flee the city. She's right. Ishgard is no place for a man of the Heavens Ward. We will sneak him out of the city. The fewer the better. Meet us at Falcon's Nest after. We have much to discuss. Indeed. Of course you're hiding over here. Down the path I didn't take. Excuse me, Mitty. For fear of being seen by the sentries, I bade the others go on ahead. We should hurry. The further they take Ignace from Millie, the weaker he will become. I pray we are not too late. Come here, Hestafugel. Oh, crap. Oh, I completely forgot I hadn't updated my... There we go. Forgive me. Forgive me. I should have known the magic would not sustain itself much longer. That which you see before you is Ignace, what remains of him. I can give the memories form. I can breathe them full of life and return them to their loved ones. But as the memory fades, so too does the magic. Aether, formless and free, that which I used to make Ignace and Millie whole. Draw your sword, reclaim that which was lost. Consume the abyss with Soul Eater. It is finished. Good, I've had enough of this farce. Conjuring a simulacrum of a bloody Knight of the Heavens Ward in the middle of Ishgard? Fury, take me, you are a fool. We're lucky to be alive. Your soul crystal is restored, then? Nope. Or not. We had an agreement, boy. You were to return that which you stole. Forgive me, forgive me. I return to you that which was used to give Ignace life, but as for the remainder... 4 more times. It is within my power to do this 4 more times. 4 more times, and you shall be made whole. You have my word. For a boy with such an incredible power, you are remarkably helpless. Not only did you rob Svarin of his Aether, you imposed upon him to find your people in need. You want to do good? You want to be a hero? You want to help people? Then why weren't you better prepared? I will never be a hero. I only wanted to help. It is not death itself we fear, but the unfinished story, the promise of what could have been. It is enough to break a heart and a man. The shattered pieces of a life will never come together again, but if a glimpse of their loved ones grants them the peace they deserve, then I must. I must. It is your decision, Svarin. You are the victim. Perhaps some good may come of this. Thank you, thank you. Together we will make them whole. We're not going anywhere, Mist. Even Sid, he may look and act like a chocobo's arse, but he means well. Fine, fine. I'm only trying to put the fear of the gods into the little shite, but by all means, go ahead and undermine my authority. Anyway, I'd rather not freeze to death out here in the snow. Let's return to Falcon's Nest and discuss what to do next. I'm sure making people whole won't be a terrible idea. Nothing sinister has ever happened when people start saying make us whole. Wee. Oh god. God, my frame rate decided to take a nosedive there. Just what I needed, another child to look after. Am I a Dark Knight or a nursemaid? Even I don't know anymore. The times, they are ever-changing, and perhaps we Dark Knights must change with them. Long-held truths are become lies and villains' heroes. I shall be glad if I never have to deal with another hero again. No offense, of course, but you are the exception that proves the rule. The righteous are all too uncompromising, and woe betide the man who offends their delicate sensibilities. If anything, I say you were too accommodating, but it is your ether and soul's crystal at stake. 4 times he swears, but we shall hold him to it, together. In the meantime, you may as well get some rest or attend to other matters. These two can keep themselves company. Maybe I'll find somewhere to take a nap or a tavern to have a drink. Level 63. Yes. I am well past 63. Sidergo is handling his new duties with a characteristic aplomb. Oh, thank the gods, an adult. Riella's been spending a lot of time with Mist, keeping him company and getting to know him and so forth. Not that there's much to know. He won't talk about his home or his past. Doesn't seem to have any interests or skills beyond conjuring elaborate illusions derived from memories. I've no idea how he does it either. And more importantly, I'm not even sure how he could take back the aether he stole. We may have no choice but to agree to his terms, unless you're content to carry half a soul crystal. I can hear you whispering, you know. Mist means well, and Svarn and I are willing to help him. Why aren't you? I didn't say I wasn't willing. I'm still here, aren't I? Right then, we found no one suitable for the boy's needs here. Rather than return to Ishgard, I say we try somewhere new. Let's head to Tailfeather. My baby chocobo. Life here is not easy, but it is fulfilling all the same. That said, the hunters have no personal tales of profound tragedy to share. They did, however, tell me of an outsider recently brought here from Falcon's Nest. A prisoner, actually. A woman named Laudy. She's to atone for her crimes through hard labor, but the proctor has been zealous. He berates her constantly, and every day she bears fresh bruises. Ah, Ishgardian justice, I know it well. If this woman is performing various chores for the hunters, then it should not be hard to find her. Come, let us look around. I should probably consider picking up more Gissel greens. This is the place, isn't it? Insolent child, you are not to speak unless spoken to, is that clear? Yes, my lord, pray forgive me my impudence. Do not play me for a fool. Your sins are beyond forgiveness. Sir Emmerich and his noble brethren may think you worthy of mercy, but I've seen your kind before. A swift death is more than you deserve. Huh. Swift death is more than that bastard deserves. Can't imagine what she did to deserve that kind of treatment. You know her, Svarn? Seven hells, she's the one that led the protest at Falcon's Nest? The one that nearly put an end to the peace conference? And she poisoned you? Oh, that explains a lot. Though if you, of all people, can find it in your heart to forgive her, or at least forsake bloody revenge, then it's hard to look at this and call it justice. Her crimes were born of desperation and despair for the husband she lost. Perhaps if the two of them were to meet again. Don't be foolish, she knows he's dead. He'll only cause her pain. Pain is all that is left to her, don't you see? How they cry in the dark, how they mourn their dead, how it festers and spreads and corrupts them thoroughly. We have seen it, we have made it. Fine, fine, do what you will, conjure her husband. Oh, do not come crying to me when she curses you for your kindness. I'll not give the hunters cause to turn their bows on us either. Riel, take Mist into the woods and hide. Svarn and I will free the girl. Yeah. Taking a moment to clean my glasses. Rather, I will free the girl. She would know you at once and might misunderstand your intentions. We cannot risk the commotion. As for your part, no one is truly outside Haloni's grace, don't you think? Confront the proctor, make him see the error of his ways. If he is a good man, then he may yet repent of his wicked ways. If he refuses, then that is his choice to make, and he will have to accept the consequences of his actions. Doubly so if he bears steel, yes? Ah, the very sight of you fills me with murderous rage. See to your duties. I must needs cleanse myself of these impure thoughts through communion with nature. Perhaps a spot of fishing is in order. Beg your pardon, sir. Now's our chance. Ready to go again? Oh, down that way. Good Sir Proctor, I must needs have a word with you. Who are you? Why do you disturb me? Yes! Sword is the word. A concerned adventurer who objects to my treatment of a criminal? Ha! If only you knew her sins, she should have been thrown into witch drop. Alas, the Lord Speaker in his boundless wisdom and mercy demanded that we spare the woman's life. But rest assured, I will see that her every waking moment is filled with misery and scorn. You presume to judge me, a man of the church? I will not be cowed by your threats. The Fury guide and protect me. The Fury guide and protect me. Yeah. Flying away on the Shadow Wolf seems appropriate right now. Look, we've brought them together. We've made her whole. How she smiles, how her eyes sparkle, how beautiful this happiness. Every night I dream of your face. I could have tried to stop you from going back to the front, could have begged and screamed and cursed, but I didn't, because I knew you'd listen, and even if you'd forgive me for it one day, I never would. The arrow may have missed my heart, but I've been dead for a long time. All of this is just waiting. That's what I'd tell you, Stace, if I could. And then you'd say, can't stay stuck in that moment, Laudy. You've got to go on. You've got to forgive yourself. You've got to let me go. But I won't. I won't. If I do, who will be left to remember the man you were? The soldier, the husband? I'm the only one who knows, and it's my duty to hold on to that as long as I can. That's what I'd tell him if he were here, but he's not. He'll never come home to me, so please, put an end to this, whatever this witchcraft is. God. Svarin Darkheart, was this all your doing? No, it was mine. Forgive me, I thought that I only wanted to... I was wrong, I see that now. You have every right to be upset. It's all right, boy, it is. I appreciate your kindness, even if it was misguided. You too, Svarin. I blamed you for a lot of things. Hated you so much because... I don't know. Because you came back and Stace didn't, maybe. Because you weren't him. I say the war's over now, but it never ends for people like you, does it? Everything ends. Maybe, maybe not. Well, that's up to us, isn't it? Whether we carry it or don't. Something tells me you've not finished with it yet. I know what you are. I heard the stories as a child. Of the ones with neither shield nor sigil. Champions of the weak and the helpless, undeterred by the law of God, of man or God. I couldn't stop you any more than I could have stopped Stace from walking out the door that day. So, fight, damn you. Fight if that's what you want. Just don't squander the time in between. There's never enough. Right, I suppose I owe it to him to try and make the most of what I've got left too. So I will. Take care, and thank you. She's gone. Reclaim your aethers, Farron. That would have been hilarious. I know what you are, a necromancer. Oh, shit. As the aether flows into your soul crystal once more, from the depths of the fading abyss, you hear a whisper. Forgive me, forgive me. In the end, I could not make her whole. So much pain, so much loss. What fills my heart and overflows. Maybe it is indeed beyond us. Maybe it is not in our nature. You still got 3 more chances, don't you? There's no need to be so bloody melodramatic. It's not out here. You should go back to Tailfeather. Totally not! Your words did more for her than my illusion. She is still a good person, and so are you. I pray you both remember. Ouch. Don't mind me standing too close to you, Sir Durgo. On to the next, I would say, but Mist looks to be in no state to continue. Which means we'll be staying here for a time, taking in the fresh country air, me and my little ones. For what it's worth, I think that woman is better for what we did, or at least as good as anyone can be after what she's been through. And we'll leave that there for the moment. I want to leave everybody at the same spot so we can do another round. Let's go for Black Mage. Okay, I haven't even picked it up yet. Yes. There we go. Ah, Svarn, I'm glad you are here. I would consult with you about a matter that has been gnawing away at my mind. Thanks in no small part to your efforts, the books of Naldthal have at long last been reunited in these halls, their long-lost secrets just waiting to be unearthed. Though I have scarcely begun poring over the tomes, I have already made a most remarkable discovery. Each of the twin tomes contained a cipher of sorts, the meaning of which could only be deciphered when the two are referenced in tandem. I'll spare you the details of how I unraveled the message, though it truly was among my finer moments, if I dare say so myself. At any rate, the words, once decoded, are most evidently an incantation, albeit one entirely unfamiliar to me. Beneath it was written a simple directive. Heir to the dark arts, speak these words unto Nald's reflection, that memories long forgotten may stir anew. As to what precisely these words are referencing, your guess is as good as mine. Still, Master Kukuruka doubtless preserved the incantation and the accompanying message in his records for a reason, and if we are not the heirs to the art of black magic, then who is? So I trust I can expect to see you at Nald's reflection, and do try to hurry, yes? I would prefer not to delay any potentially epic-making discoveries any longer than necessary. And that is all you need to know. And that is all you need know. When I give the sign, you are to chant the words precisely as I instructed. Understood? Now, Svarin. That light. Yes, you shall serve as the bringer of destruction. As for my vessel, yes, that one should suffice. Whatever was that strange sensation? For a moment it was as if a great fire burned within me, and then... Now it is as if my very mind is being rent in two, and this voice... Well, it feels good to walk the earth for the first time in 2 millennia. Seems that old coot proved himself useful after all. If he hadn't kicked it, I'd find him and give him a pat on the back. And what are you gawking at? You are a black mage, are you not? Surely you possess the common sense to recognize the woman who stands before you. Or will you be needing a hint? Some would call me Death's Handmaiden, but I always found that particular epithet so needlessly morbid. Though technically speaking, I am but manifestation of a memory, you may call me by the name I used in life. Shatoto, at your service. But I jest, of course, it's you who are at mine. I must say, what is it with black mages today and these unwieldy hats? Do they truly believe it makes them look more imposing, or are they merely compensating for something? In either event, I have no need of such adornments. Now that's more like it. Svarin, was it? Of course it was. Now that we're on a first-name basis, you'll have to tell me all about yourself. Second thought, let's skip that. Time is short, and to be quite honest, I don't particularly care. At any rate, as I might have mentioned, I am not the true Shatoto as she once lived, but rather a manifestation of her memory, my memory. Needless to say, that still makes me the most powerful sorceress currently existing in your world. You do well to remember that if you ever have a mind to cross me. Then, now that we've gotten the pleasantries out of the way, what do you say we have a little fun? Prepare to be blasted into a gazillion itty-bitty pieces. Oh, come now, must I spell everything out for you? I must know if you are sufficiently adept to the dark arts to help me forestall impending doom, and this is by far the easiest way to do so. Not to mention the most fun. Prepare for a world of pain. Mage duel. No. Nope. Oh, damn, okay. Hmm. There we go. Got her down before I ran out. Not half bad. That painfully dull expression on your face had me worried, but I suppose you'll do after all. Do for what? Try to keep up, will you? I abhor repeating myself. Let me start at the beginning. 2,300 years ago, the greatest mage of our realm has ever known, that would be me, compiled a choice assortment of the most potent offensive incantations and evocations into the school known as Black Magic. You still seem puzzled. I also devised a spell that would allow my memory to one day return. My reasons were twofold. For one, I simply had to see for myself how the art of destruction would be handed down heirs after I had inevitably passed. For another, I knew that without my guidance, this realm would one day meet most certain. Oh, this won't do. I had thought the girl stronger than this, but these eyelids grow heavy and my consciousness wanes. I suppose I'll just have to take a little nap. But remember this, my puppet of destruction. You have an important role to play in the battle to come, a battle that will decide the fate of your very world. Till next I wake, shirk not your study of the art. Svarn, where are we? It is as if I just woke from the strangest dream. And yet my every limb aches, as if my respite were more exhausting than the fiercest of battles. Did you perchance observe anything odd happen to me? You were possessed. Preposterous, or so most would say, but you have no reason to tell me falsehoods, and it would certainly explain the curious symptoms I find myself experiencing. Shitoto, the mother of our dark art, she who pursued the power of destruction to and beyond any limits that could be conceived, has her consciousness fully taken up residence in my own mind? It is no use. I call out, but she does not answer. Whether she slumbers or simply deigns not to answer, I cannot say. I fear I am at something of a loss. Let us return to the sacrarium and clear our heads. Mayhap the answers that we seek will yet reveal themselves to us. Hello, fellow Black Mage. I'm afraid it's no use. I've called out to Shitoda within my mind time and time again, but I met only with silence. If only Master were still here, surely he could shed some light on the matter. After all, it was he that recorded for posterity the words we used to summon forth Shitoda's memory. Wait, that's it. Master himself may not be here, but his writings may yet contain the answer to our queries. It was within the statue of Nod that the memory slumbered. This does not strike me as mere coincidence. I believe that settles it. I will return to the tomes and see what knowledge can be gleaned, that we might prepare ourselves for whatever task awaits us. This holds for you as well, Svarin. Whatever Shitoda's motives for returning to us, I cannot shake the feeling that ill happenings are afoot. I suggest you resume your studies with the utmost of urgency. Okay, I studied. What's our next step? Ah, Svarin, good. For better or for worse, it would seem Shitoda is still enjoying herself a peaceful slumber. In the meantime, my study of the books of Nald Thal has proven rather enlightening. In particular, I was surprised to learn that while the statue in Nald's reflection is a relatively recent construction, in historical terms, of course, the goblet it holds in its hands is quite ancient. It would appear that it was within that vessel Mistress Shitoda's soul was sealed away. Master's record goes on to state that the inner surface of the goblet is inscribed with a message in it in the glyphs of ancient Mach. It reads, yes, here it is. The power of destruction did rend the baleful star, and peace doth reign near and afar. Yet 23 centuries hence shall it come anew, and certain doom is sure to ensue. A prophecy of sorts, it would seem. It has been roughly 2,300 years since Shitoda founded black magic, which means it is entirely possible she herself left the inscription. But whatever sort of doom could the prophecy be referring to? I fear it is all rather cryptic. Lalai and Svarin as well. I would speak with the both of you at once. Ahem. While I would like nothing more than to catch up on old times, I come bearing grave tidings. My friends, pray lend me your aid. Now, if it is not our favorite Gubu-headed hearer, I would have thought the seventh hell would freeze over before you cast your lot with purveyors of destruction. What have we done to deserve the honor of your groveling? This is no time for jest, Lalai. The situation is most dire. Why, a veritable horde of crazed golems has burst forth from the lost city and is wreaking havoc on the Twelveswood even as we speak. Whatever foul sorcery led them to abandon their orders and run rampant, we cannot say. But one thing is certain, if we do not deal with them, and do so swiftly, there is no telling what damage they might inflict upon our forest home. That does sound like cause for concern. Very well, I suppose it would not kill us to put the matter of Shitoda aside for the moment and... Wait, no, not now! I say, how can the girl think straight with this ungodly fool's cap weighing her down? Or perhaps she can't, and that is why... But of course, it all makes perfect sense. Oh, hello there. Did you miss me and my prodigious intellect? Of course you did. Now, look, we haven't much time, so do try to keep pace. The Surge of Aether? Just who or what are you? Yes, I'm sure there's so much you'd like to know. But where would that get us? I've already heard all I need to know through the girl's ears. We're needed in the South Shroud, yes? Rampaging golems, was it? Indeed. I've tasked a whaler named Alphine with looking into the matter. With any luck, he has gleaned some knowledge which might avail us in plotting a suitable course of action. Alphine's South Shroud. Yes, I believe the great Shitoto has all she needs. Well, no point in standing around like gawping gooboos when there's work to be done, right? Right. Shitoto? Svarn, I am most grateful for your aid, do not get me wrong. But if there's anything that you and Lalai have been keeping from me, mark my words, I will hear of it in full when our task is done. I mean, to be fair, this is a brand new development, so you aren't missing much. Hi, Alphine. Welcome, friends. You come seeking news of the golems, yes? Not that I had any to give. I fear not a single one of the creatures has manifested itself before mine eyes. I hope I'm not standing too close, sir. So you say, my good man, but is it possible that you do not see the trees for the forest? Sometimes that which we seek is right before us, and we need only attune our vision. Why, is it just me, or do I spy a number of curious stone structures peeking out from the brush? Yes, I have an inkling that our foe may be hiding in plain sight. But just how is one to distinguish living stone from the more ordinary type? Why, I do believe the former would take less kindly to being scorched with a burst of hell's fire. So, the plan is clear, yes? Let's get blasting! I mean, she's not wrong. Living stone isn't going to take too kindly to getting blasted with fire. Oh, I gotta use fire 3 on these things. Was fun, wasn't it? Now, while I'm not wont to repeat myself, it seems I should make an exception for the slower members of our band. You have the privilege of standing before the Archmage Shitoto, or rather a memory of the same, which has awakened after years of slumber to rescue your realm from a fate most dire. Slower? Ahem. Lady Shitoto, if that is truly who you are, I cannot deny your arcane prowess, and yet there is much about this matter that does not sit well with me. Pray explain yourself. What is this dire fate of which you speak? Oh dear, you really aren't very smart. Very well, I shall begin from the very, beginning. Dear me, did I almost rhyme? Who does that anyway? Anyhow, the tale begins some 2 millennia ago, when the great civilization of Mach was still in its infancy. Our scholars ascertained that a mighty comet, awash with unspeakable ethereal energy, was on course to strike our fair home and reduce it to so much rubble. So I thought to rectify the situation the only way I knew how, by blasting the foul rock out of the sky with the most powerful destructive magic our realm had ever seen. Reasonable? This, more than anything, was what spurred me to develop the art of black magic as it is known today. Needless to say, my plan was a remarkable success. A massive chunk of the comet was shattered, knocking it clear off its path and sending it spinning harmlessly off into the heavens. The story, however, does not end there. Fragments of the meteor hurtled to and embedded themselves in the earth. While small enough that their impact caused no significant damage, they remained beneath the surface, brimming with etheric energies just waiting to be unearthed. Needless to say, these otherworldly stones drew the attention of mages far and wide, who sought to claim their powers for their own. These are the stones that gave the golems their souls, by whose power many a city-state flourished. And yet these stones held yet further secrets. When 2 of them were brought together, they would call out to one another, Aether reacting to Aether to augment their mutual powers to still greater heights. Mind you, the power of mere fragments, even in a heightened state, would be far too mere to be cause for concern. One threat, however, still lingered. What if the comet, the mother stone as it were to return, its circuitous orbit bringing it in shouting distance of our world once more? Would not its remnants, its children, summon it hither in all its destructive glory? Preposterous! Did your vaunted black magic not knock the comet clear across the skies? Why, it is simply inconceivable that its new path would bring it around back in our direction. Inconceivable to feebler minds, mayhap, but not my own. In fact, I posit that the comet is drawing nearer every moment, and it is for this very reason that the golems are now running amok. If left unattended, the implications for this world would be calamitous indeed. Fortunately, you have an ally in the impending battle, Prodigy, who foresaw the danger that was to come, and sent her memory into the future that she might return to save the day. Do you mean to say that you predicted that this threat would come over 2,000 years ago, mind you, and devised an incantation for the sole purpose of allowing you to return to us in our time of need? I do believe I've already said precisely that. Of course, I did not do it entirely on my own. The spell would have been lost to history if crazy old Kukuruka hadn't dug it up when he did and recorded it for posterity. Dear little Eli and Sarn also played their parts as well. Oh, how wonderful it is when one's followers, against their natural tendencies perhaps, manage not to make an utter mess of things. I must admit the whole story still strikes me as a bit far-fetched. I mistrust neither your motives nor your skill, Lady Shitoto, but as a hearer charged with the protection of this wood, I cannot leave this matter to you alone. I will accompany you and offer what aid I can. But first, let us return to Ul'dah. I would hear more of the plan you propose before we take action. Must you? Very well. Just promise you will not get in our way. Now come along, my puppets. I have a realm to save, and you're going to help me. Do. I was about to say, oh hey, there's a fellow bun. There is more than one fellow bun. The hearer assures me that there have been no golem uprisings elsewhere, and since he clearly is too thick to tell a convincing lie, I'm inclined to believe him. This means that we still have time to form a plan of attack. Ahem. I do pride myself on my honesty, and so I will be honest with you when I say this. Your art is, to put it kindly, not looked fondly upon in our day and age, and your story stretches the limits of believability. We cannot stave off this calamity alone, but any entreaties you might make are not like to find a receptive audience. I, on the other hand, have friends in positions of some prominence. I shall reach out to them and see what aid they are willing to offer. How charming. He actually thinks he might prove himself useful. In your spare time, might you not ask your astrologian friends if they have any recent calculations on the comet's path? I've no reason to doubt the accuracy of my own, of course, but I was working off 2 millennia-old data. As you wish. Forgive me for being forward, but might I inquire as to the well-being of our mutual friend Lalai? She is still in there somewhere, yes? Oh, she most certainly is. Worry not, the girl's consciousness is just enjoying a short respite. Which reminds me, I really am due for a nap myself. Be a dear and do try not to let things go to hell in my absence, will you? Shitoto, mother of the art that brought the great floods upon us, has she truly returned to deliver us from doom? The progenitor of our esteemed art has chosen me as her vessel in hopes of saving our world from a falling star? I can scarce imagine a greater honor. Come, Svara, we must put our minds together and figure out how we might best do her bidding. Wait, Lalai, if we take her words at face value, Shitoto has only the realm's best interests at heart, and yet I, for one, remain skeptical. Which is not to say I doubt her intentions, or yours for that matter. And yet, we speak of the founder of the very art which gave rise to the War of the Magi and the Sixth Umbral Calamity. Could it not be that even in seeking to save our realm, she is like as not to destroy it? Blasphemy! Why, Lady Shitoto had long since passed when the war broke out. Only a blind, blustering halfwit would even think to hold her responsible for... No, when I put it that way. I understand this. And that is why I begrudge neither you nor her my aid, such as it will serve to protect the realm's peace. At the same time, I intend to keep close watch on her. I can never be too wary, after all. In any event, I will gather what knowledge I can of the threat we face, and I will be most grateful if you could do the same. Might I suggest speaking with your beastmen allies, if the idea has not already occurred to you, that is. I swear, that man's head is made of harder stone than any golem. Still, at least he's cooperating with us, which is progress of some sort. In any event, I will reach out to our beastmen friends. Excuse me. I encourage you to return to your studies in the meantime. If one thing is clear, it is that the task ahead will test us to our very limits. Level do I need to be? 65, okay. 2 more levels. Let's see. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Got 3 more left. Let's go for a summoner. Get out Topaz. Here we go. Hello, wandering Moogle. Well, what's this? You're able to see me? That's amazing, Kupo. Now we should thus meet can surely be no coincidence. And so, to mark this fateful occasion, I shall make you a gift of a magical potion. Fantasia it's called, and legend holds that it allows you to alter your appearance. May it serve you well, Kupo. Oh. Free Fantasia potion. Svarin, I've had the most fascinating news. 'Twould seem that the ruins of ancient Alag have yielded to us a tome containing unknown secrets of the summoner's art. The tome in question is currently being kept under Rambruse's watchful gaze at our dig site in Mordona. I'll be heading there shortly myself, but I would not begrudge you an earlier peek. I'm sure it's perfectly fine and not, poisoned or weird tasting at all. You can totally trust a Moogle to not give us poisoned stuff. And wow, there's a lot of blues on the map. Okay, just checking what those things were. Sure. It's gloomy out today. Ah, I thought you might be along. Here, Svarin, a prize such as this should be in your keeping. We uncovered it not terribly far from where we excavated the Evoker's attire. I've judged the tome to be some manner of manual for summoning magic, but alas, I was unable to decipher the writings. 'Tis fortunate, then, that such a task falls directly within Yamitra's field of experience. Speaking of which, would you mind taking the book to her yourself? She sent word that she had been held up by some dreary business in Revenant's Toll. Pray do be careful. You just... has become a slideshow. My apologies, a trifling but unavoidable matter prevented me from making directly for the dig site. Now, shall we take a closer look at this Allagan tome? Oh my, 'tis rather more shabby than what I've come to expect from great works of Alec, but let's not be discouraged. The content is what truly matters. A fine observation. Prince Principia at your service. I am a humbly familiar with the doctrine of summoning. Have we awoken a sentient tome from some ancient library? Svarin, we must keep it contained. Have I somehow given offense? Strange, for I am not equipped with offensive capabilities. Imparting the art of summoning is my function, and an instructional manual is my form. A manual, you say? I love the way the battle music kicks in and then kicks off. Correct. When opened in the presence of summoners, I am bound to awaken and share with them the secrets of summoning. The young master there is in possession of an active soul crystal, yes? 'Twas the soul crystal that awoke you? Correct. Only one who carries a soul crystal and is bathed in the aether of an icon may wield the powers of a summoner. I sensed one worthy of instruction and was thus compelled to introduce myself. Icon. That is the Allegan word for primal. Excuse my need to clarify the obvious, but you are a construct created to teach summoning magics to any potential student you encounter. Why would the ancients have deemed such a thing necessary? Summoning came into being for the purpose of eliminating beings, specifically those beings known as icons. Primals. Once these entities have all been vanquished, however, new Eki cannot be harnessed. Old summoners perish, and so too does their art. It was upon glimpsing this bleak future that a certain master summoner set about crafting yours truly. Inscribed with arts of tremendous power, I exist to teach others how to safeguard their existence. Fascinating. Your creation speaks to the heart of the discipline's rarity. Summoning harnesses the power of primals for the sole purpose of destroying them, and new summoners arise only in an age when primals are rife. With the absence of living mentors, a true succession of the art is never achieved. Principia, are you then to instruct Svarin in the lost secrets of Alleg? Eager to oblige, but there are certain obligations. Ere the seal upon my higher knowledge can be unlocked, the student must first overcome the 3 challenges I am ensorcelled to present. Well, considering how it refers to primals as icons, I'm inclined to believe that we have an authentic Allegan relic on our hands. What say you, Svarin? Will you undertake these challenges? I mean, sure. The first challenge is a test of power. This trial is designed to evaluate the raw magnitude of your arcane talent by pitting you against a predetermined opponent of carefully measured fortitude, also known as I manifest a monster and you fight it. Mayhap not terribly wise to attempt that in the middle of town. Why don't we find ourselves a less populated area out near the Singing Shards? Okay. Look at how zappy these are. There you are. Shall we begin the test of power, Master? Master? You treat your pupil as a superior, Principia. Such was the way in which I was written. And if my full name begins to tire your tongue, you are welcome to call me Prin or Pia. Ooh, I rather like Prin. Let us proceed with the challenge. Now I need to Rearrange some things. I'm not gonna get it off. There we go. Yeah, it was. Don't mind Principia hopping away while I rearrange shit. There we go. Yeah, I think I like that arrangement better for now. A crushing victory, Svarn. Who could argue the potential of modern summoning after that display? You have bested the first challenge, Master. There are few summoners in Alex's long history who boasted this degree of native might. Furthermore, that you have achieved such potency through naught but the study of ancient wisdom is simply astonishing. With a little polish to your technique, guiding you to loftier heights of power should be astonishingly simple. I'd thought Svarn's technique more than sufficiently polished, but you say there's room for improvement. I see we shall have to adjust our yomstick for perfection if we are to rival the practitioners of the past. Indeed, if you would know more of past practices, then you need only ask. Actually, I do have a question for you, if you would indulge me, Svarn. Prin, in which age were you created? You appear to lack the technological advancements that were predominant in constructs in the latter days of Alex civilization. Another excellent observation. I was penned by Master Sari, a preeminent summoner of his time. He was, in fact, likely the last master summoner of the Allegan Empire's reign. Were I to date myself by your culture's notion of history, my creation would have taken place at a point just before the Empire's collapse. In other words, solidly within the richest area of ethereal chemical discovery. One might reasonably wonder why this wonderful science was excluded from my invention, and I assure you there is a reason. In the beginning, the Allegans rose to superiority through their mastery of magecraft. It is told that the very first wielders of summoning magic made do with grimoires fashioned of leather and ink and parchment. There came a tipping point, however, when the mundane sciences began to progress with ever-growing rapidity. These advances were married with the arcane, and etherochemical technology was born. Even as the harnessing of lightning energies gave rise to new recording mediums, techniques were developed that allowed complex arcane geometries to be instantly plotted. Traditional grimoires were replaced by devastatingly efficient and elegant weapons. The convenience of these tools, however, did not lend themselves well to the instruction of initiates. Beyond such considerations, the new mediums could not be perused without dedicated machinery, and their manufacture was no simple matter. And so the summoner who breathed life into you decided that tomestones and the like were not the ideal method for passing on his accumulated wisdom. Correct. He chose for me the primitive form of a book and inscribed within my pages a bounty of potent incantations that required no machine to be cast. Thank you, Prin. I thought only to satisfy my academic curiosity, but I found myself swept up in your description of the past. You truly are the creation of an incredible age. And thank you for your patience, Svarn. Shall we return to Gridania? Why not? I imagine they are retractable, considering, you know, when we first opened her up, she didn't have the teeth active. It wasn't until she decided to start hopping around that the teeth came out, so... Presumably she can put them away whenever she wants. I wouldn't put it past her. I can't imagine she would take too kindly to that. Well done, Svarin. We are one step closer to revealing a new secret of ancient Alag. Prin will issue the next challenge after you've had the chance to reveal your studies and hone your abilities to a new level of perfection. I've decided to keep the familiar here at my side for the moment. Even with as many wonders as Eorzea holds, folk tend to panic at the sight of a fanged tome that jumps around of its own accord. Oh, and pay no mind to Captain Wolf. He obviously wishes to secure my services for some task or another, but we have more important matters to attend to. And poor Dancing Wolf is just like, I'm right here, Ymitra. Greetings, Svarin. 'Twould seem that Prin would speak with us about the second challenge. Congratulations, Master. You are sufficiently prepared to undertake the next test. Excuse me, Prin, but how can you tell? By analyzing the patterns of Master's ethereal emanations, I can gauge the strength and precision of his recently cast incantations. Of course, Master must attempt the challenge itself before I can provide an evaluation to the proper degree of accuracy. This will be a test of skill. To administer this trial under the prescribed conditions, however, I must request the assistance of several more summoners to play the role of antagonists. Several more summoners? In this day and age, that will be no easy feat to arrange. Come now, Ymitra, the solution is right under your nose. Svarin, your deeds have caught the attention of the highest echelons of the Flames. After learning what you're capable of, we've begun an initiative to take our very own summoners into battle against the Primals. A number of soldiers under my command have already begun intensive training. I handpicked veteran survivors of our expedition against Ifrit, and they've been issued with soul crystals reclaimed from the Ascians. I and Captain Wolf has been howling in my ear for days, begging to enlist your aid as some kind of drill instructor for the ethereally gifted. But now you're in need of summoners for this trial of yours, yes? I'm prepared to offer my regiment's full cooperation. All I ask in return is a few morsels of advice for the acolytes. Why do I get this sense of deja vu? Like I've somehow been put in charge of training acolytes before. It seems to me a fair trade, and my enchantments do not restrict me from instructing neophyte summoners in the fundamentals of the art. Very well, I suppose such an arrangement could prove convenient for us all. I knew you'd come around. Meet me at Camp Blue Fog and I'll assemble the troops for inspection. A gentle slapping sound of Principia hopping up and down. Looks like we're all here. Let's get on with the briefing, shall we? As you command, this second challenge will evaluate the elegance of your technique as opposed to the magnitude of your miasma. First, I shall infuse the Eggy of your opponents with secondary enchantments, and then you are to engage the entities in combat. Crane explained to me that the enchantments store the aether expended during the battle and allow for an in-depth analysis of your flair for death flares, as it were. In any case, I expect you'll pass with flying colors. Right, I suppose you should know who you're up against. Designation and rank. Summoner Crispin, Private First Class. We're grateful for aught you can teach us, sir. Summoner Denise, Sergeant. Sergeant, I'm new to spellcasting, but I've seen my share of combat, sir. Crispin and I are to fight you as a pair. Summoner Jajasamu, Lieutenant. You've more than a few admirers in the barracks, Farin. Sir. But that don't mean we'll go easy on ya. Enough chatter. Quick march to the training ground. Give the word to Crispin and Denise when you're ready to battle their Eggies, Farin. After that, you'll be facing off against the Lieutenant's beast. You won't be attacking my troops directly, so give it all you've got. Oh, God. Prepare yourself, sir. Denise and I will now summon our servants to battle. Aye, a pair of Ifrit Eggy for you. Took you guys a moment there. Nope, that's not what I meant to hit. Ifrit on Ifrit violence. You finished warming up on them embers then? Because even together, me meets Eggy don't hold a candle to the inferno I can summon. Right, let's bring the flames. Yep. Ah, I had hopes for that one, but you snuffed him out right quick. Not much of a trial, eh? Then you're lucky I fought another primal during me time with the company of heroes. Aye, you're not the only summoner as can command more than one ethereal beastie. Say hello to your final opponent, Titan Eggy. Yeah. God damn it. I hope my summoners put up enough of a fight for you. Anyway, shall we hear what the book has to say? I've ruminated upon the swirls and echoes of your battle, and the picture is clear. Your technique is, without a doubt, a thing of exquisite beauty. Consider the second challenge conquered. Well, that's good news, if hardly surprising. After all, you did sweep through those eggy like a storm through a field of dandelions. Methinks you've opened me eyes. I see I have some work to do before I've truly mastered this discipline. I'm glad to know we've been of service. Now, we really must be returning to Gridania. Thank you, sir. This was truly an enriching experience. Aye, pray train with us again in the future. Congratulations, Farin. With your impressive demonstrations of power and skill, you have already conquered 2 of Prin's 3 challenges. Ere we come to the final trial, however, Prin would further our education on Allegan summoning. First, I would ask what you know of the rise and fall of summoning in the Allegan Empire. I was made to cover rather a lot of history, you understand. From our research, we have learned that summoners were initially lauded as heroes for their success against the primals. When certain of these mages began to abuse the art's power for personal gain, however, the adoration of the populace shifted towards an oppressive hatred. Correct. We speak now of the latter half of the 3rd Astral Era. My creator, Master Sari, was one of those who expended his energies on the destruction of primals, even as he fled from relentless persecution. Alongside his disciples, he triumphed over Belias and many other lesser entities. Belias? That was the name of the elder primal from whom Tristan once drew power. Master Sari must have been mighty indeed to fell such a foe. Yet he still knew fear. The thought that the grand discipline of summoning would fade into oblivion was more than Master Sari could bear, and so he sought to preserve its legacy and provide for his successors. My creator was well versed in etherochemistry and held a particular interest in the technology of information. Broadly speaking, he researched methods for producing arcane geometries without grimoires and experimented with machine-enhanced Egi. He eventually abandoned both of these technologies, deeming them unsuitable for the instruction of future generations. Hoping to provide guidance to those summoners yet unborn, he instead began writing and chanting a work that would survive down the ages. He made me. Such an accomplished personage. Why then have I seen but scant mention of his name in Alleg's histories? As you have said yourself, it was an age when the adulation of summoners experienced an extreme reversal. It is likely that Master Sari's achievements were struck from the records, even as his loyal pupils were struck down in the streets. I was shut in a storeroom, abandoned to my slumber like some common treatise on trade agreements in the southern provinces, unless I can tell you naught of what befell my creator in his later years. I expected a dry recital on the history of summoning, but you shared with us your personal narrative. 'Tis clear you hold a great deal of respect for Master Sari. I am a familiar. I simply relay information as I was enspelled. This lecture is now over. As you wish, Prin. Well, Svaran, 'twould seem class is dismissed for the moment. I suggest you recuperate from this day's trial and look forward to preparing yourself for the final challenge. And with that out of the way, let's switch to Scholar. Summon Eos. I forgot that I had turned Eos into Topaz too. We dismissed Topaz to resummon Topaz. I hope I didn't get in the way of their shot. Yes. Let me just change into... Oh, wait. Svaran, that you should arrive at this very instant. It is as though the gods themselves have sent you. Not a quarter bell ago, I received a missive from Surito Karito. An emergency has arisen at the Wanderer's Palace, and he has requested our immediate presence. While the exact nature of this trouble remains unclear, we can scarce ignore his call. It seems Midi decided that he needed to sit down for this. He waits us at his usual place. Come, my friend, we haven't a moment to waste. Maybe. That's entirely possible. I'll just have to check. Results inconclusive. I'm gonna have to summon Topaz back again as a summoner and double check. Perfect. There you are. Crashing into everything. Akazoka, Svaran, thank you both for responding so swiftly to my summons. Forgive my brusqueness, but I believe it best if we cut straight to business. I presume the both of you remember the invisible void scent we defeated not too long ago. We could scarce forget such a vile creature. Well, you'll be pleased to hear that I have finished studying its remains and believe a cure may be within my grasp. But mayhap cure is a slight exaggeration. What I speak of will only halt the spread of the sickness, not reverse all of the effects it has had on our bodies. Surito Karito, you are far too modest a man. Truly, what you speak of is incredible, a miracle even. Alas, it is not to be praised for the progress I've made that I asked you here today. You see, Seitoto, one of my comrades who has been assisting me in my experiments, has mysteriously vanished. I'm terribly worried. While the rancor has subsided from most of our hearts, we still retain our Tonberry forms. Were we to wander too far from our home here, any number of organizations would be more than happy to have us hunted down. That is why I would ask that you, my two most trusted associates, locate and escort Seitoto back to the Wanderer's Palace before it's too late. Of course we'll do it. We can hardly ignore the pleas of one of Nim's foremost scholars. Svaran, I have an idea of where we can start. Let us check with the Grand Companies to see if a bounty has been placed on Seitoto's head. guilty. Let us hope it has not yet come to that. The Maelstrom Command is in Limso Lominsa. There we should be able to ask the Hunt Billmaster if any tomberries have recently been registered. See another bun. Good evening to you, sir. How might I be of service to you today? We're looking to slay a Tonberry. A Tonberry, eh? We currently have only one Tonberry marked for the hunt by the name of Marberry. Marberry? If I recall correctly, he was marked for the hunt from even before Setota disappeared. The possibility of there being a mix-up between the two is slim. Seems we must continue our search elsewhere. Svarin of the Scions, Alka, I wasn't aware the two of you knew each other. Rashat, good to see you again. I think I may have forgotten to say so the other day, but I greatly appreciated your help with my training. You know I'm always happy to help. I don't suppose you've come all this way to thank me, however. What brings the two of you here? We're searching for an escaped Tonberry and thought it might have been marked for the hunt. A Tonberry, you say? Well, I can't promise this is in any way related. A few days back, a disturbance broke out in Vesper Bay that discovered a stowaway hiding in one of the ferries. Indeed. Witnesses say that a small green blur leapt out from between the crates and dashed out of sight as soon as the ship pulled into port. While of a similar size and build to a Lalafell or Kirin, they claim to look far too alien to be either. Thank you, Rashat. It sounds like you may have just given us our first lead. Svarin, after me. We make for Vesper Bay with all haste. You got it. Oh, good. For a moment I thought I had lost you. Let us begin by questioning this man here. He appears to be one of the men from the ferry Rashat told us about. You're asking if I saw the stowaway? Aye, you bet I did. Now, it wasn't just any stowaway what boarded our ship. Nay, I suspect it was one of them I suspected it was one of fella's a gob without his mask. Either that or it's a rare beastie you can't find around these here parts. Not that it matters, mind you. Whatever it was, the brass blades are after it, and you best be sure they'll catch it. Indeed. Thank you for all your help, sir. If an organization that large has yet to find the stowaway, we have a little chance of succeeding in such an endeavor ourselves. Rather than blindly rushing about, our time would be better spent gathering what information we can regarding this incident. I shall go and speak with my acquaintances in Ul'dah. In the meantime, I ask that you return to Surito Karito and inform him of all that we learned. Svarin, I can only hope your swift return means you come bearing good news. Has crossed the sea and is likely now in Thanalan, you say? What could possibly have spurred our friend to do such a thing? Surito Karito, forgive my tardiness. I made a small detour to Ul'dah to speak with my associates. Unfortunately, they could tell me nothing aside from the fact that the brass blades are looking into who the stowaway might be. I've nevertheless asked that they keep an ear to the ground and report to me should they learn more. Thank you, Alkazoka. If, as you suspect, our friend has fled to the vast continent of Aldenard, there's little sense in us conducting any more searches. Judging by the brass blade's inability to find their quarry, we should have no need to worry about the hunt or any other institution capturing Setoda for now. Our best option is to wait until we know more. I'm inclined to agree. Should I come across any new information, I will send word to you right away. There's a good chance this search will turn into something of a long-term effort. Svarin, I suggest you rest while you can. While you still can. Yes, yes. So much for resting. Ah, Svarin, what brings you this way? Oh, it seems then Akazoka's last missive somehow failed to reach you. He has uncovered information regarding Setoja's possible whereabouts and is currently waiting for you to join him at the Marauders Guild in Limsa Lominsa. You best hurry. Wait for everyone to load in. Welcome, my friend. My contacts have but recently caught wind of a rumor that the brass blades are once again on the move. It seems they have spotted a creature matching the description of the Vesper Bay stowaway. Luckily for us, their quarry has fled into the Black Shroud, an area that is out of their jurisdiction. While there is still much we do not know, at least we now have an idea of where to begin. Let us immediately depart for Camp Tranquil. As you may well already know, the only way to reach the Black Shroud from Thanalan is to pass through this area. That means whoever or whatever the Brass Blades were pursuing entered the forest from here. If our hunch is correct and say Toto is in there, we best hurry. And Tonberry, who has seen little of the outside world, will likely not last more than a few days on their own. To cover more ground in less time, I suggest we split up. I shall take the north, while you scour the south. Once we're done, let us meet back here. Try as you might, you do not catch sight of Satoto or anything resembling the missing Tonberry. No dice again. You spy a fallen figure, small of stature and green of skin. It's surrounded by poachers. Uh-oh. It looks like we've struck gold. Haha, if we skin and sell this thing, we're guaranteed a fortune. 7 hells, don't go celebrating just yet. We've got to kill it first. The hide's so thick it broke my bloody knife. Shoo, get out of here. Ouch. Nope. Father, is this where it all ends? Satoto appears injured. Quickly cast a loquium upon her that she might be healed. Thank you, sir. You saved my life. That spell, you read Nemean magics? Are you perchance Svarin, the adventurer in possession of a soul crystal? Surito Karito often speaks of you. Thank the gods. You're safe. After my search of the northern reaches turned up nothing, I returned to Camp Tranquil to wait for you. When you didn't appear, I began to grow worried and came looking for you. Good thing I did, too. Bloody poachers. Oh, but how rude of me. I nearly forgot to introduce myself. Hello, Setoto. I am Alkazoka, Royal Marine and Marauder. My friends Svar and Darkheart and I have been searching for you. My lady, if I may be so bold as to say so, your radiance, it is blinding. Svarin, isn't she beautiful? I am far too ace for this. Shh. she? How did you know? It's obvious, isn't it? Her glowing skin, her comely face. She is clearly a lovely young woman. Now, Sitota, what prompted you to leave Bronze Lake so abruptly? As you are likely already aware, Surito Karito saved us. While on the outside we remain as tauntberries, he has purged our hearts of the rancor. And that is why I left. There's something I must take care of now that my mind is once again my own. And what, pray tell, is that? Over 1,500 years ago, back when Nim was still at its peak, my father was a scholar and a royal marine. He was dispatched upon a secret and incredibly dangerous mission to infiltrate Amdapor. The day he left was the last time I ever saw him. I suspect the reason he never returned was because he was discovered and apprehended by the Amdapori. And so you came here, to the place the ancient nation once stood. You do realize that regardless of whether he survived or not, your father, I know, I am under no illusions that he might still be alive. Even if he somehow escaped Amdapor, and like those of us sealed away in the tower, the passage of time would have eventually robbed him of his life. I'm only looking to find something that reminds me of him, a keepsake, if you will. It sounds as though you loved your father a great deal. Very well, if this means that much to you, we, the Royal Marines, shall volunteer to aid you in your search. Right, Svarin? The two of you would really do that for me? Oh, thank you so very much. Now, let us return to Camp Tranquil. There we can discuss how to proceed. There you are. Before I begin searching for a memento of Setota's father in earnest, I must go to Bronze Lake to inform Surito Karito we have found his dear comrade and that she is safe. Speaking of which... Setoto, you must promise you will never again do anything so reckless as wandering a foreign land alone. The realm is a dangerous place, doubly so for someone with your affliction. Very well. If it really means that much to you, I shall make that promise. Good. That's all I ask. Svarin, I ask that you look after Setoto and see that she gets some rest that she might recuperate from her ordeal. We shall make for the Lost City upon her full recovery. Bye-bye. All right. Last on the list is Bard. So let's go collect that. It's really coming down out here. No, I do not want to be in here. Oh god. So it'd be so much easier to navigate if I weren't experiencing a slideshow. Yeah, unfortunately. Ah, my dear Svarin, how good of you to pay me a visit, and a timely one at that. Our friend Sanson, with whom you journeyed, I met with him but recently, and it pleases me to say those labors have finally borne fruit. Aye, his proposal for a unit incorporating bards has received formal approval. Even as we speak, he's rounding up members for the unit's inaugural mission. Now, during our conversation, Sanson mentioned that he had a favor to ask of you. In case you haven't yet heard from him, mayhap you could seek him out first. You are like to find him at Quiver's Hold. The rain is gone, but the stink isn't. There we go. Eee. Svarn, it's so good to see you. Our hard work has paid off, my friend. I've received permission to establish my Bard unit. Moreover, we've already been assigned our first mission. I couldn't be more pleased, save for one practical concern. Our new recruits yet lack the experience to embark on an honest-to-God's mission. In seeking to fill our ranks, I immediately thought of you, Svarn. You are an exemplary among bards, and I should be greatly heartened for your participation in our maiden outing. I've also taken the liberty of requesting Guidelo's transfer to the unit. With your combined experience and skill, we're bound to leave a splendid first impression. Now then, I will go to receive my orders from Commander Ulwa. May I assume that you will join me? May I say that I too have a vested interest in young Sanson's success. I should be personally grateful were you to lend him your aid, Svarn. Lieutenant Darkheart, by all accounts, you were instrumental in the success of Captain Smith's previous expedition. We are glad for your cooperation. Now then, allow me to brief you on the mission. Our order has received an anonymous letter, one that makes certain claims. We would have your unit verify the truth of it. There is a tome that holds a damning secret pertaining to the Autumn War. Should you desire it, send your most capable to Nine Ivies. I will be waiting. The war between Gridania and Alamigo? But that ended 100 years ago. I labor to imagine what secret could exist that should be so damning even now. Might this not be an ill-conceived prank, Commander? Our leadership believes it likely, to be sure, but it is not a risk they are willing to take. Nay, not with the winds of public sentiment blowing as they are. You all know that our order is involved in the Alliance's campaign to liberate Alamigo. Well, there are those among the citizenry that disapprove, a small but determined faction that refuses to forget the wrongs of a century past. They still view Alamigo as the enemy and ardently oppose our reaching out a hand of succor. Not potentially incendiary can be allowed to stoke people's discontent, and we must move quickly. Your mission is to make contact with the letter's sender and ascertain the nature of the secret. You call that a mission? A bloody errand, more like. Couldn't be ours to handle it yourselves, so you foisted on the eager new unit. And if the secret proves inconvenient for Gridania, what then? Will you sweep it under the rug along with all our hard work? Idolo, mind your tongue. You are addressing a superior officer. Ah, so you are the famous Idolo. Worry not, my friend. Whatever the secret turns out to be, I give you my personal assurance that you and yours will receive due credit for its discovery. That's good enough for me. It's been forever since me and Svarin last performed together, and I just want to enjoy the moment. So no complicating factors, you know? The Autumn War is an emotional subject for Gridanians, the older generation especially, and for us bards it is also notable for the involvement of singing archers. In the course of your mission, I dare say there will be much to reflect upon and many opportunities to grow. I wish the three of you the best of luck. Without further ado, let us make haste to Nine Ivies, before Idolo can exercise any more indiscretion. Head over there and probably leave off here. Yeah, I think this is a fine enough spot to leave off on. Thank you all for coming, and have a good evening, everybody.